Okay, good morning, everyone. Let's get started. Welcome to ST&E for Monday, April 21st. As is customary, we'll begin our meeting by all rising, and let's join Representative La Rochelle as he leads us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, we have two Senate bills to hear this morning, after which we will have a work session on some Senate bills before doing an exec session after lunch. So we'll start with the first of the two Senate bills, Senate Bill 236, and I'll ask Senator Kevin Avard to introduce this legislation to us. Good morning, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. For the record, I'm Senator Avard, District 12, and I am the prime sponsor of this bill. Basically, SB 236 transfers the control of the Electric Assistance Program from the Public Utilities Commission to the Department of Energy. Hopefully, it's improving the oversight and efficiency of the program, and the bill ensures that a financial aid through a small charge of 1.5 mils per kilowatt hour on electric bills. This change gives the Department of Energy the authority over eligibility, benefits, spending, and ensuring continued support for low-income electric consumers. That's really the essence of the bill, and I know that there's some smart people in here that can actually talk a little bit more to the guts of the bill, but that's really basically what it does, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Questions for Senator Avard? Representative Thomas.
It's Wendy Thomas. Thank you. You just mentioned that this would solve oversight and efficiency, or would promote oversight and efficiency. Can you tell me what the problem was that originated this bill and how this bill solves that problem, please?
Yes, I'm not sure that there was an original problem with it. It's just that we created the Department of Energy, and they basically assumed the responsibility for that. So I think this goes under, it makes it, the department actually asked me to put this bill in, so it just makes it work more efficiently.
Thank you.
Additional questions? Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Senator, so good to see you.
Good to be seen.
So just following up on what you just said, the bill was requested by DOE. Did you consult with the Public Utilities Commission, and if so, did they have an opinion?
I did not consult with them, and I do not believe they gave me an opinion on it.
Additional questions? Representative Harrington.
Thank you. Nice to see you. I'm glad to see you doing better.
Thank you.
The 1.5 mils, is this an additional fee to the system benefit charge, or is this just directing part of the system benefit charge that's already being collected to this specific purpose?
I believe that it's already being collected.
Okay, so there's no increase in
That is my
charge.
understanding.
All right, thank you.
Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, Senator. Nice to see you. So down on lines, I guess it starts, the sentence starts on line 23. It talks about how funds are going to be used and that the department, using a non-adjudicative procedure, can reduce the level of funds being put in if they see that there's a buildup of money. So do you have any idea why that language is in here? I'm not aware that I'm wondering whether we have a wait list for the energy assistance funding and whether it makes sense for us to be, putting in language that says you have to cull it after $1 million where there might be a greater need than that.
I just think it gives them more flexibility, but I think the department would be better qualified to answer that. Yeah.
Any further questions for Senator Avard? Thank you, sir, for being here. We
Thank you.
appreciate it. We'll next call on Amanda Noonan from the Department of Energy. Good morning, Ms. Noonan. Good to see you again.
Good morning. Thank you. For the record, I'm Amanda Noonan with the New Hampshire Department of Energy. And thank you to Senator Avard for doing his high-level overview on what this bill is and for your questions about the bill. The Electric Assistance Program has been in existence since 2002. It provides very meaningful bill assistance to New Hampshire's most vulnerable households. Currently, there are between 30 and 32,000 households participating in the Electric Assistance Program, and the discounts range from 5% to 86%, and they're dependent on need and income. The program is funded through the system benefit charge, and Representative Harrington asked about the 1.5 mils. That's the statutory cap on the low-income assistance program portion of the system benefit charge. That can only be adjusted upward by the legislature. It can't be adjusted upward by the department. It can't be adjusted upward by the Public Utilities Commission. So that rate is set in statute currently. Regarding the question about if there's being able to reduce the fund that you raised, Representative McGee, that's not new language. That's been in this provision for as long as I can remember. And it's to, in the event that we saw a significant balance building up, and this would be true in the past for the commission and going forward for the department, and there was no anticipated drawdown on that balance, the system benefit charge for the electric assistance program could be reduced to better match the need for the program. There is currently no wait list to answer that question. The question about is there a problem why this bill is being presented today? I think it was just part of the transition from the Public Utilities, or the split between the Public Utilities Commission and the department in July of 2021. And so fiscal responsibility for the EAP fund that's held by the state treasurer, it's a dedicated fund to support this program, because if I back up, it acts as a clearinghouse that all the utilities collect the same amount. They pay benefits to their enrolled customers. And if they have remaining funds from what they collected that month for the low-income portion of the system benefit charge, they deposit that into the EAP fund that's held by the state treasurer. If they have less funds, they submit a request for payment from the EAP fund. So it sort of exchanges the money among the 4 participating utilities, because New Hampshire Electric Cooperative does participate in this program with its members as well. So the department in statute has fiscal authority over that EAP fund, payments into and out of the fund, monitoring the balance and determining whether there's need for adjustments in the program. Currently, it's not particularly efficient because that process then has to go to the Public Utilities Commission to determine whether any adjustments should be made and what's appropriate, but they don't have the fiscal piece. Since there's no rate setting, the rate is set in statute, and the department manages a number of assistance programs at the federal level and this at the state level. It seems much more efficient for the department to have oversight and administration of this program and be making the appropriate policy determinations so that our most vulnerable households in the state are well served and have some meaningful assistance with their electric bills. Another piece that I would just highlight is the Electric Assistance Program and the federally funded Fuel Assistance Program share the same intake process. They're both administered from that perspective of taking applications and determining eligibility for the program and the right benefit level based on the parameters that each program has. So those 2 programs share kind of a central intake function and then sort of split off because they're not identical. They have slightly different requirements. The department is the recipient of the grant from the federal government for the Fuel Assistance Program and oversees all of that, including the Community Action Agency budgets, which we review and adjust, approve every year. So there's a lot of synergies and efficiencies to be gained from looking at those two budgets side by side, the electric assistance program and the fuel assistance program, to ensure that the agencies are efficiently using all their resources and both programs are being operated as efficiently as possible. Happy to take any questions. I could talk about the electric assistance program forever. It's very near and dear to my heart. I've been involved with it from its birth, day one, and well, pre-day one in the development. So, but I'll end there and take any questions you might have.
Vice Chair Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. So you mentioned that it's more efficient for Department of Energy to take over this program from the PUC. Can you give us a sense of how much time and effort and cost PUC was providing to manage this program? And then for the DOE, how much time and effort would it take for DOE to manage this program, and whether or not you would need more resources?
Sure. I'll start with the second half first because I'm closer to that piece. No, the department would not need more resources for this. Today, the department heads up the EAP Advisory Board, which meets quarterly, reviews the program, reviews how things are working, reviews enrollment, benefits, any needs, any adjustments that need to be made. That hasn't changed at all. And what has changed is, well, I shouldn't say that part hasn't changed. And the commission's role involves holding a hearing to investigate any recommendations or consider any recommendations that the EAP Advisory Board makes relative to the program. When the commission holds a hearing, obviously they have expenses for a hearing for the court reporter to transcribe the hearing. The utilities all have administrative expenses to have their legal staff there. So there is a cost to all of that, which would be perhaps less for those parties than a non-adjudicative proceeding before the department. The department has hearings examiners that can hear non-adjudicative proceedings and make recommendations to the commissioner. So it's a slightly more streamlined and less cumbersome process.
Follow up?
Thank you for the follow-up. So therefore, where the PUC would have more of a adjudicative process where people would, or stakeholders would have a chance to talk or voice their opinion, is such an avenue presented if the DOE was to take over this program?
Yes, the EAP Advisory Board would continue. The advisory board consists of the participating utilities, the community action agencies, a representative from the New Hampshire Municipal Welfare Directors Association, New Hampshire Legal Assistance on behalf of its client, the Department of Energy, and the Office of Consumer Advocate. Gosh, I really hope I haven't forgotten anybody. I think that's the whole list of the advisory board. They meet regularly and, as I said, discuss the program. The department, even though it's a non-adjudicative process, would still have a hearing, would have a public comment hearing for stakeholders to comment on any proposed changes. So all of that opportunity for public comment and input is still available to interested parties and stakeholders.
Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Simple question. What is the current balance of the fund?
I did, as I was sitting here this morning, I thought, shoot, I know I forgot to look something up. I'd have to get back to you on that. I don't know offhand.
Representative Harrington.
Yeah, good morning, Amanda. Always nice to see you. There's no one from the PUC here, so is it safe to assume they don't have a problem with the bill? Or do you know that one way or the other?
I don't really know if I believe they may have a question or concern, but haven't had conversations with them, so I don't really know.
Thank you.
Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Noonan, for, nice to see you again. So my question is around whether there's anything to adjudicate, because it sounds to me as though it's, we're administering the program. And there's a distinction there, right, in terms of what you're looking to achieve by having it in one body or the other. So can you speak a little bit about that? Because it sounds to me as though, based on the committee that you've talked about being in place, the decision-making, the recipients, the protocols, you know, all the procedures in terms of how the program is, people are eligible for the program and how it's administered are already established. And if we're establishing also how the funding is going to work and where it's going to be capped, then there isn't anything to adjudicate, is there?
That's a very astute observation. There is really nothing to adjudicate. There are program budgets that are submitted each year that are reviewed, as I said, for efficiency and reasonableness, and to ensure that there's not excessive spending on administrative costs. But as far as the program itself, it is the policies, it's the benefit levels, it's how is money distributed to the clients. All of those are program management and program policy areas that the department has considerable expertise with for all of the other programs that it runs and manages.
Thank you.
So I have a question starting on line 17. The bill says the Department of Energy may ... order, among other things, ... administrative budgets, expenditures, and modification of any such program. So back in 2023, the department added $450,000 to the program budget to allow the community action agencies to upgrade software to help them determine keep track of their beneficiaries. Would this legislation as written preclude a prudency review of expenditures such as that by the PUC? And is such a exclusion of a prudency review a good idea?
So I think there's a little confusion about the software and that $450,000 that you referenced, Representative Bose. Funds were appropriated to the Department of Energy in 2022 to provide emergency electric assistance program benefits during the very high energy prices. There were some funds remaining, and $450,000 of that is being used in conjunction with federal funds to develop a new software system that the state will own that will be used by the community action agencies to take applications and manage enrollment history and information for the federally funded fuel assistance program, the system benefit charges funded electric assistance program, and the federally funded weatherization assistance program. That $450,000 did not come from the system benefit charge. It was not added to the EAP fund held by the state treasurer. It was appropriated to the department and sits, I'm getting outside of my comfort zone here with accounts, but sits somewhere on the books of the Department of Energy. So it's slightly different. That software, as far as prudency review, there was an RFP that was issued and a fully open bidding process and review and evaluation before a consultant was selected to build the software for those three programs to use. The existing software was developed in 2002. It's not just past its useful life, it's sort of on life support at this point. So there's certainly a need to replace that system for all three programs, and it will provide additional capabilities for all three programs.
Thank you. So I guess my follow-up would be, as it says on line 19 in the bill, the department can change administrative budgets, expenditures, and modifications of any such program, does anybody need to be reviewing those changes to make sure that they're just and reasonable?
So the changes would, those sorts of changes would not be made without public input and stakeholder input and a public comment hearing. While it's not necessarily an adjudicative hearing, it would certainly be an opportunity for comment to be provided. And then the department would review all of those comments and suggestions from the other parties and interested stakeholders and determine what the appropriate adjustment would be to the program.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Representative Thomas has one.
Representative Wendy Thomas. Yes, thank you. I have two questions. One is I'm very interested in Representative Corman's question about the balance right now. But if this fund gets over $1 million and it's supposed to be allocated to low-income households, isn't that a sign of mismanagement?
So what we've seen happen over the past 23 years is ebbs and flows in enrollment. And it's difficult to pinpoint why people don't come in to apply. So we went through a period of 4-5 years where enrollment hovered around 27, 28,000. We know there are far more households in the state that would be eligible for this program. There was anecdote, and it was not just here in New Hampshire. The folks that manage our federally funded assistance programs heard anecdotally from their peers in other states that the same trend was happening. And there was suggestion, again, all anecdotal, no real quantification, that households were merging because they simply couldn't afford to live independently. Children were moving back in with their parents, children, grandchildren, a big, much bigger family size than would have happened before. So we do see those ebbs and flows. And what helps if the balance starts to grow up a little bit is then when the tide turns, so to speak, you have the funds to help those families that are now coming in to apply for assistance.
Follow up.
Follow up.
We've seen an awful lot of bills this year curtailing the responsibilities of the PUC and moving them to the DOE. In your opinion, do you consider this growing pains, or is the goal of DOE to truly neuter the PUC?
I think this is a growing pain. I think that in June of 2021, when the department was being created and responsibilities were being shifted between the department and the commission, this was one of those oversights where the statutory references to the EAP fund all transferred to the department, but the commission orders established the program. And so this is really, from our perspective, just a cleanup to move it all under one agency.
Thank you.
Representative Swanson has a question.
This could be a lot of theater, I'm sorry. It's such a mundane question, and thank you, Mr. Chair, thank you, Ms. Noonan. So my father was a carpenter, I helped him a lot, and I got used to the terminology mill, as in grab me that 6 mil sheet of plastic, and that was spelled M-I-L. And I've never encountered the usage of the term mill as an M-I-L-L as a unit of measure. Perhaps you know, perhaps you don't. Was this intentionally M-I-L-L in here, or is that just a typo?
No, it is intentionally MILL, and for context, that's 0.0015 cents.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions, Representative Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Noonan, for being here. You mentioned earlier that this change, you thought it might help you a little bit in your coordination with the community action programs, agencies, between our electric assistance program, state administered, and they administer the federal fuel assistance program, which is oil, I understand. Will it do anything to help you or them, both of you, coordinate with respect to the weatherization assistance program, so that people who are needing money, help paying their bills, are they also getting help weatherizing their homes so that they use less energy?
Yes, all three programs work together to some extent. So the federally funded fuel assistance program is for heating assistance, whether it be oil or natural gas, propane, coal. We have a few coal households still in the state, wood, heat. And so when someone comes in to complete an application, and with this new software that was mentioned, there'll be an online portal so they can do it all online. Hourly wage earners don't have to take time off from work, figure out when they're going to make it into the office. They'll be able to do it online on their own time when it makes sense for them. The application will ask them, do you want to apply for weatherization assistance, fuel assistance, electric assistance? And there'll be referrals to the weatherization assistance program and the ability to provide information there as well. So there is a lot of integration between those programs, and I expect that will continue and be enhanced actually with this movement.
Thank you. Good to hear.
Representative La Rochelle has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for answering my question. You've already answered part of it, and that was how well it's being utilized, and you basically said it's being underutilized, which brings my next question. I'm assuming that in Rochester, where I come from, if they went to the welfare department, they'd be made aware. Wow. So anyways, in Rochester, I'm assuming that if someone goes to the welfare department, they'll be made aware of all these programs and they'll get assistance. But I'm also aware of people that wouldn't come to welfare, don't have a computer. Is there any way that you try to get that part of the eligible community? Thank
Sure.
you.
No, that's a great question. And as I mentioned earlier, there are probably more reasons than I could even think of why people don't come in and apply for assistance. I think the two we hear the most often when folks reach out to, in the past, the commission and now the department, are, oh, I'm not as bad off as some people. I don't really need that help. Somebody else needs it more than me. Or pride in not wanting to come in. Welfare offices. On the EAP Advisory Board is a representative from the New Hampshire Municipal Local Welfare Directors Association. And so information goes out to the Welfare Association and welfare directors that way. The electric utilities also do annual meetings for social service agencies. I think they do 4 across the state in different areas of the state. And they invite all the welfare offices in those areas, community action agencies, Catholic Charities, St. Vincent de Paul, all of the social service organizations, and talk about the different programs that are available, what the utilities can do to help customers that are payment challenged, in addition to these assistance programs. Utilities also send out informational brochures in their bills 2-3 times a year to customers to let them know. The community action agencies have a Facebook page that promotes ads throughout Facebook feeds for the electric assistance program. The Department of Energy has $400,000 a year from the energy efficiency portion of the system benefit charge to promote energy efficiency. And one of the pieces of that also points them to the electric assistance program to help them afford their bills, as well as the other energy efficiency measures that are available throughout the state. So we try to get the word out there as much as we can. There's information on the department's website. I won't speak for Mr. Kreis, but I believe there's also information on the OCA website. So I guess I did just speak for him, but there's information everywhere for folks to find.
Thank you for an excellent answer.
Okay, we're starting to drift away from the subject of the legislation right at the moment. Representative Thomas has another question.
Yes, Wendy Thomas. You mentioned hearing and administrative costs. Do those costs come out of this fund? And if so, is there any kind of oversight of those costs?
So the utilities submit a budget every year along with the community action agencies for their administrative expenses for overseeing the program. And those are just their incremental expenses. So if they have an employee that's already there doing work, that's not incremental. It's only their incremental expenses. If they go to a hearing before the commission, they have legal fees if they have outside counsel. And if they have, those costs get recovered from the fund through the budgets, yes.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I want to thank you for your excellent testimony and call on the last speaker on this bill. That would be our consumer advocate, Mr. Don Kreis. Welcome back, Mr. Kreis. Good to see you again.
Thank you. Great to be here. I see some new faces around the table, so I'll just remind everybody that I'm Donald Kreis, the consumer advocate. My job pursuant to RSA 363, Section 28, is to represent the collective interests of residential utility customers around the state, including certainly those customers who are benefiting from the Electric Assistance Program. I'm here to testify in favor of Senate Bill 236 and to thank Senator Avard for introducing it. Just by way of context, there was also Senate Bill 234, and Senate Bill 234 was a bill that I worked on with my friends at New Hampshire Legal Assistance and persuaded Senator Waters to introduce on behalf of our two organizations. Senate Bill 234 did many of the same things that Senate 236 does. It went a little farther. It would have enshrined the EAP Advisory Board in statute. I think it would have at least allowed for increasing the 1.5 mil per kilowatt hour charge to something higher than that, on the theory that it's been statutorily set at 1.5 mils since the Restructuring Act was adopted in 1996. But then Senator Waters, a thoughtful fellow that he is, suggested that maybe the prudent course of action was to fall in behind Senator Avard's bill, Senate Bill 236. It is a more moderate and certainly somewhat more conservative proposal, and I think it's a good bill. Just to address some of what I've heard before, and I certainly don't disagree with anything that my friend Ms. Noonan of the Department of Energy just told you. On the questions about review for prudency or whether expenditures are just and reasonable, those are standards that really come out of the law that applies to utility regulation by the Public Utilities Commission. And of course, by statute, the job of the PUC is to serve as the arbiter between interests of utility shareholders and utility customers. The utility shareholders have no stake in any of this. All of this money comes from customers. It is then spent on behalf of those customers or to help those customers who use the program. So in that sense, it's no different than any other public assistance program. And I think having it administered by the Department of Energy makes a lot of sense because there is not that sort of utility regulation arbiter function that applies here. Really, I think the bill would change very little about the way things currently work. The EAP Advisory Board has always been a very consensus-based, thoughtful body that tries to do the best we can with the limited funds that are available to us and the realities that Ms. Noonan described to you, which is that it is actually somewhat difficult to get everybody who might benefit from this program to be aware of and then participate in the program. I think that's all I have to say. I urge you to report this bill out of committee ought to pass, and I thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. And questions for Mr. Crease? Representative Partial.
Stranger here. Thanks for being here, and good to see you again. Senate Bill 234 had one thing that this bill does not have, as far as I can tell, and that's a fiscal note. And a lot of the concerns I've heard here today are around additional costs, which the Senate Bill 234 made clear there'd be no additional cost. Would you care to comment on that?
I don't know why Senate Bill 234 had a fiscal note, but I agree with what Ms. Noonan said to you earlier, which is this bill imposes no additional costs on anybody and actually, I think, streamlines the process somewhat by taking away the sort of PUC hearing process and vesting all of the authority in the Commissioner of Energy. And so, to the extent that there are questions about the prudence of the program or the way money is being spent, that really becomes the province of the Commissioner of Energy.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I want to thank you.
Thank you.
And since I have no more pink cards, we will bring to a close the public hearing on Senate Bill 236. So that takes us to the last bill that we need to hear this morning, and that is Senate Bill 112 FN, relative to purchase power agreements for electric distribution utilities. And once again, we'll call on Senator Kevin Avard to introduce this legislation to us. Good morning, Senator.
Good morning again. Good to see you. I see paper clips all over the place here. Here we are. Again, for the record, I'm Senator Kevin Avard. I represent District 12, and I am the prime sponsor of SB 112 FN, and it is similar to, I believe, a House bill that you folks passed. I believe it was 710. I believe it's before our committee, but I hadn't had a chance to hear it because I think I was out for a couple of days. But for the record, again, I'll just read my speech if I could. Senator Kevin Avard, as prime sponsor, I appear before you to support the intent of this bill. SB 112 is designed to expand upon the type of electric generations that can be considered for purchase power agreements under New Hampshire RSA 3074:11. Like our current law for purchase power agreements, PPAs, with existing energy sources will be an option for distribution utilities if SB 112 is enacted. In other words, the enabling act of RS 374 will be extended to all sources of energy. The current process involves a request for a proposal that includes the Department of Energy, the Public Utilities Commission, and utilities operating in New Hampshire. Considering in any decision approved a PPA includes, among the others, whether it's cost effective or uses sources that are expected to be available during long-term duration storms, and it fosters price stability and includes helps to reduce market volatility. Basically, in closing, SB 112 is another tool in the toolbox that we can do our best to address the challenges in New Hampshire, having some of the highest electric rates in the country. I'll defer to any questions, if you could, to represent to Mr. Berkey here, who requested this bill. But I think again, this is one of the bills that mirrors one of your bills, similar. I think it expands instead of just small nuclear to all sources of energy and existing energy resources that we have. So the goal is, again, to make to reduce volatility and to have all options on the table. Something we all campaign on is making sure that we use all sources that are available. So that's basically the essence of this bill.
Excellent. I'm sure Representative Kaplan will be happy to hear that you want open this up to all existing resources.
Exactly.
So, questions for Senator Avard? Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator Avard. Nice to see you still and again.
Nice to be here still and again.
So, exactly. So I guess I'm a little confused. We passed, I think it was Senate Bill 54, allowing long-term PPAs by the utilities. I feel like we already have in place the ability to pursue this without, and we also have passed some bills out of the House this year that add language to include small nuclear and new nuclear in various aspects of the statute. So I'm just wondering how this bill in any way improves upon what we already have.
Well, I believe that this bill, if you can see like on line 25 on the first page, it just adds the word existing. And I believe that, yeah, for some existing electric, line 23, upon petition or more electric distribution utilities after the notice of hearing, the Public Utilities Commission may authorize the utilities to enter into multiple agreements with existing new incremental electric energy sources. And it strikes out the limit on the 2 million, and it just adds a state, and it continues on. So apparently there's a need for that type of language. So
Follow up?
Follow up?
So it strikes or adds the 2 million? I thought
it strikes.
it limited it to, it doesn't. Okay.
It does.
So I guess my question would be then what would that do to the rest of the competitive market? Because it does seem like, with nuclear's capacity and all that, it could be an issue in terms of a number of different categories that we've said because it's clean, it could be included in the RPS and there are RECs and that sort of thing. I mean, I don't think there's been a study done to understand how this would affect existing markets.
I think it just allows, it's not a shall, it allows all options on the table, every resource that we have available.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Thomas has a question.
Wendy Thomas, thank you. On line 18, it says, with or independent of any attendant environmental attributes. Can you please explain what the implications of that are?
On line 18.
Yes.
I must be reading something different.
Okay. Or actually, I just got the answer to my question. Thank you.
Environmental attributes, I think, means the RECs that you go along with it. It's
Representative Harrington has a question.
Yeah, I'm reading this as making a huge change in policy, if I'm reading it correctly, where it says, you go in the beginning of the bill, it talks about it's adding the Department of Energy to issue requests for proposal. So is the Department of Energy going to act independently and go out and request for proposals and then force those on the utilities? I
No.
don't see how this works.
It just allows them the opportunity to do so. It's not a shall, it's a may. They can independently if they want to, but this is an enabling language, that's all.
Follow up?
Follow up?
I'm still a little confused. Okay, it's a may. So let's just say whoever's the head of the Department of Energy says, yeah, I think this is a good idea. So we're going to go out and solicit bids for purchase power agreements. They enter into a purchase power agreement. Are they going to sell the power to people, or are they going to force the utility to accept that contract? Or what do they do with it once they've done it? They exercise the option.
Couldn't tell you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, any additional questions? Seeing none, want to thank you, Senator, for being here. I know you have a busy day. We'll call next on Dan Phelan from the Department of Energy.
Maybe you can answer that.
Good morning. Good to see you again.
Good morning. Thank you, committee members, for allowing me to testify here today. I am Dan Phelan. I am Regional Policy Director at the Department of Energy. Here, neutral on the bill, wanted to talk a bit about some of the context which Senator Avard helpfully provided, but really wanted to focus on SB 54, as Representative McGee referenced, and sort of what went into the discussion when that was passed. That was passed in session 2023, and it was amidst a time of very high energy prices. Pardon me. Primarily caused by the Russian invasion of Ukraine. At that time, a wide variety of solutions were thought of and put into place. This would have allowed the utilities to bring forth request for proposals that would be up to 20 years of long-term contracts and would have the stated goal of reducing market volatility and exposure to high electric rates. As of today, no utility has brought forward a RFP under SB 54 under RSA 374F. Importantly, one thing that was not mentioned that is eliminated by SB 112 is the time limit that was placed on the ability of the utilities to bring forward RFPs. The bill eliminates the time period on line 17 of no later than June 30th, 2025, which is fast approaching, and on page 2, line 3, requires approval no later than June 30th of 2026. So this would create an open-ended procurement mechanism, whereas today the ability is set to expire shortly. And I did also want to mention the point raised by Representative Harrington about adding the department to thank you. What can you do? Much better. So adding the department to the list of entities that could bring forward an RFP, we're a little unclear on how the mechanics of that would work from our perspective. And I think that that's something that could use a little bit more fleshing out before it came through to a final vote. Glad to take questions on the bill. Thank you very much, and excuse me.
Okay, questions for the department. Let's start with Representative Kaplan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Phelan, for coming in. I agree with the chair that this is an improvement on the House bill that dealt with similar matters. I commend the bill for taking away the time limits on the ability to come up with power purchase agreements over long-term over long terms. And I salute this bill also because it seems to be more open-ended in terms of energy sources. I do have one question about the existing sources, though, and what does the department think of the impact of allowing existing sources, especially given the limit of, 2 million megawatt hours?
Yeah, it's 2 million megawatt hours, and I believe that the limit remains. I believe it has not been eliminated as was previously discussed. I believe that 2 million megawatt limit would remain in place.
That's the way I read it as well. Yeah. It's still in there, the 2 million megawatt.
So that was ballpark, not exactly, but it was roughly 20% of New Hampshire's load when it was chosen that way. Opening it to existing resources does allow an awful lot of very large players to come into the picture. Around the time of SB 54, we were thinking around like a 400 megawatt kind of firm delivery, and something, some existing plants would take that up almost immediately. So it would change things about the program.
Follow up, if I may?
Follow up.
You say it would change things about the program. Would it not? I mean, given an existing source that would take up the entire limit, would it not basically eliminate any opportunity for other sources of new energy to come onto the market that actually depend on long-term contracts in order to get started, whereas existing sources don't really depend on long-term contracts for their, the construction of the infrastructure, et cetera.
Yes, it very well may. So part of another thing that went into SB 54 was sort of a desire to see those new generating resources come online, because we have we see in the future danger of infrastructure not being developed while other resources are slowly priced out of the markets or begin to retire because of their age and operational issues. So it would, by pushing new resources out, it does kind of change the purpose of the bill, of the legislation.
Representative Thomas.
Representative Wendy Thomas, thank you for being here. I realize that you did not submit this this testimony. It's from NEPGA. However, I'd like to read you one short paragraph from it and ask for your comment on it. It's on page 2 of the letter. It must also be noted that SB 112FN is in conflict with the policies outlined in the Department of Energy's 2021 New Hampshire 10-year state energy strategy, which says that, quote, government intervention in energy markets should be limited, justifiable, and technology neutral, end of quote, and that the state should, quote, generate in-state economic activity without reliance on permanent subsidization, of energy, end of quote. Your comments on that, please?
Yes. So SB 54 itself was a large departure in policy for the state of New Hampshire. But the saving grace was that it did fit into that limited nature, partially due to the time constraints and the focus on new resources. So I think that this bill yet again would change New Hampshire's energy policy. And that is, something up to the committee here to do so.
Thank you.
Representative Harrington has a question.
Yeah, excuse me, getting back to the limits, the time limits there. You said no RFPs have been issued by utility, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and what is going to happen if this bill passes? What's going to be different that's going to cause anything to happen? They're not doing it now, why would they do it later?
I would respectfully ask you to direct the question to the utilities, but I only can assume that they have not thought that such an agreement would meet the requirements that have been placed into the legislation.
Follow up. As far as the Department of Energy, as of this time, if this bill were to pass, would you contemplate the DOE issuing RFPs to somebody for something?
We would have to think very carefully about the process of that, because I'm not sure how we would direct the utilities to do something if they didn't want to do it, and if this legislation would be sufficient enough to allow us to have that ability.
Thank you.
This legislation would allow a PPA with Seabrook, is that correct?
As far as I can tell, yes.
Okay. Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm also reviewing the NEPGA letter that we just received. And for our edification as a committee, I think there are pros and cons here, right? There are things we want that might be achieved by this bill, but there are also perhaps some unintended consequences that we should be considering before we vote this bill out this afternoon. So in the list, I understand that the intent of this bill is to allow more flexibility for the state, the governor potentially, to enter into contracts, even regional efforts, if we wanted to bring newer technologies in. But adding the existing technology, which I agree, I don't think that there's a problem with that. But according to people who maybe know the markets better than I do, it says long-term contracts like those contemplated in SB 112 harm all generating facilities that do not receive a contract in several ways. Such contracts close off potential customers to generators, even if they sell electricity at a lower price. Also, extended long-term contracts warp the wholesale electricity markets by artificially and uneconomically suppressing their prices, and therefore making it harder for existing plants to cover their costs. SB 112 creates a bifurcated market of haves and have-nots.
those with guaranteed revenue streams, and those who must offer competitive prices every day to keep the lights on. New Hampshire has long recognized that the vast majority of power plants that are necessary to maintain reliability are the ones that do not have special contracts and cover their costs through the wholesale market. So policies like those envisioned in this bill make it harder for owners to justify investing in their power plants, right? Which is a behavior we don't want. We don't want to stop that. And if markets cannot support them, those power plants are needed for reliability, and they too may require out-of-market payments, which are costly and inefficient. Subsidies will beget subsidies. So that's the other side of the coin that we have to discuss in terms of, I don't know if you want to call them unintended consequences or downstream consequences, but can you say anything about that aspect of it? Because there's the surface and then there's the implications, right?
Yeah, and so this is also, New Hampshire has been pretty consistently the most pro-market state in the ISO New England region. And part of that is a desire to move or to not do long-term PPAs, long-term contracts. And you know, the long-term danger of a contract is degradation in market prices and not having an efficient clearing mechanism happen. And yes, contracts beget contracts. So I agree with the section that you read from that testimony. I would agree with that.
Follow up.
So the shorthand, would it be that this is more of a anti-market or free market? You know, we talk about the free market a lot on this committee as a concept, and so the competitive markets, right?
Yeah.
We're trying to encourage that. Is this going to help that or hinder that?
I think so. You can also think of this, and I think what happened in SB 54 is very helpful, because it was a time where prices went extremely high, and people thought of this long-term contracting construct as sort of a market hedge. So it could play a role in a larger energy strategy, but when we start removing caps and limitations, it becomes harder to think of it as a targeted measure and more of it as an all-encompassing strategy, which hasn't been New Hampshire's position in the past.
Okay. Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Phelan, for the department's perspective on this legislation. Now we'll call on Bruce Berkey, representing NextEra Energy Resources. Good morning, Mr. Berkey. Good to see you again.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For your record, my name is Bruce Berkey. I'm with She and Finney Capital Group here in town, and we represent NextEra Energy Resources, which is the majority owner of Seabrook Station in Seabrook, New Hampshire. When I say majority owner, they own approximately 90% of Seabrook Station. And I know many of you have had the opportunity to tour and visit, and hopefully it was a good experience. I think listening to the testimony of Senator Avard and Mr. Phelan, it's important to emphasize that this is an enabling act. It allows for PPAs, purchase power agreements, to be developed if the investor-owned utilities are interested in pursuing them, if the DOE has a role, and I would agree with Mr. Phelan that perhaps the DOE role could be fleshed out a little bit. But it's important that PPAs can bring stability and protect against market volatility. And that's the prime purpose of PPAs. Other states in New England in the ISO have enacted legislation that would allow for these types of procurements. And it would be unfortunate if New Hampshire did not also allow for these types of procurements because of the market signal that would send in terms of future investments. it's important that we appreciate that $2 million, I was going to say $2 million, 2 million megawatt figure. And I think that some of the questions here surrounding whether a large player like Seabrook Station would come in and eat up all of that 2 million megawatt, that is a very legitimate concern. And I've had some discussions with Chair Vose, and we're willing to talk about limitations on what an existing source could have available to it under a PPA, so that you would leave room for those developing markets, for those small nuclear perhaps, or other potential resources. So I think it's an important opportunity, not only for the intent of House Bill 710, but also for the intent of Senate Bill 112, to allow for the existing resources to be able to participate in a purchase power agreement. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I will conclude my remarks, and I would attempt to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Vice Chair Thomas has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Interestingly, from your comments, my question would be, if this bill were to pass, do you anticipate that it would have a negative effect or a watering down effect of potential new small-scale nuclear from investing into the state in the future, as opposed to the existing large-scale nuclear that we have here in the state now? Do you think this bill would have a watering effect on new investors if this bill were to pass?
I'd like to think that it would have a positive effect, Representative Thomas, and I say that from this perspective, in that it would show that New Hampshire's open to the notion of purchase power agreements, of being able to establish that reliability for pricing, and leaving room within that 2 million megawatt amount for the small scale nuclear or other emerging resources.
Okay, thank you.
Additional questions, Representative McGee?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and nice to see you again. My question is really about the open-ended aspect of the power purchase agreement, because again, if something ends up being not a great investment, then the ratepayers are on the hook for that long-term agreement. And I understand the stabilizing effect that it's intended to have, but can you speak to your understanding of why the agreement would have no end, like 20 years? Which, I mean, we determined that a long-term agreement, that 20 years would be the right, extension of something to be long and stable.
Right.
And now it's whatever. It could be 50 years.
Well, where's that change in 112? I'm sorry,
Just says multi-year agreements for energy. It doesn't, in other words, there's nothing quantified, so there is no cap. So we have the cap on the amount of energy that can be procured, but we don't have any cap on how long the contracts can be entered into for. So it just seems like it's, lacking some kind of guardrails, I guess maybe is the term we usually use.
If I could just interrupt, if you look at the complete language of 374
That's where I was going to go.
-F:11,
Yes,
that limit of 20 years is in there.
yes.
And this bill doesn't change that.
Thank you. That was my recollection, but I wasn't going to guarantee it without looking at the statute first.
So it doesn't overwrite it with the stuff that's written here?
Correct.
The new paragraphs, okay.
Yes.
Any additional questions? Seeing none, I will thank you and call next on Molly Connors from the New England Power Generators Association. Good morning, Ms. Connors, and welcome.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. For the record, I'm Molly Connors. I'm with New England Power Generators. It's nice to see you all again and meet new people, see new faces. For the record, NEPCA is the trade association that represents the competitive electric generating companies in New England. So we represent the non-utility owned power generating facilities. Taken together, our members can generate about 27,000 megawatts of electricity. That's about 95% of the installed generating capacity of the region. Collectively across the 6 states, our members employ about 4,000 people. And here in New Hampshire, our members provide about 4,300 megawatts of capacity. 1,800 of those are carbon free. We are in opposition to this bill. We would say that Senate Bill 112 expands on an already problematic policy in New Hampshire. Current law says you can allow the ratepayers of the region to subsidize only new facilities in a limited way and under certain circumstances. This bill, as I think has already been discussed, expands on those restrictions. And in doing so, what you're asking is for the New Hampshire consumers to subsidize existing resources as well as new ones. And so that expands the risk that the ratepayers are looking at bearing on behalf of what should be really merchant-based companies. And so I don't want to dwell on points that were already made because I heard certain points from my letter. I do want to emphasize that when you create a market where some power plants have contracts and others do not, it really undermines the economics of the power plants that don't have a contract. And right now, the power plants that don't have contracts are largely making their revenue in the wholesale markets. And those markets are very competitive. And what you end up doing is undermining the markets and making it harder for the power plants that you rely on for reliability to make their ends meet. And that has a lot of unintended negative impacts for reliability and affordability. So I would caution the committee to keep that in mind as they consider this policy. And there was one exchange, Representative Doug Thomas, Mr. Vice Chair, you asked a question about would this water down effects to incentivize small nuclear by subsidizing existing nuclear. One thing that I think, taking a step back from specific resources like SMRs, when you take consumers or the ratepayers, we say the ratepayers' money and enter it into a 20-year contract, that's locked up revenue that isn't going to a new technology. Consumers don't have infinite bottomless pocketbooks. There are limits to what you can ask them to pay for. And so, basically by putting your money in one type of contract, you're locking that away from other resources that come along that you might want to see even more. And with that, I think those are the points I wanted to hit without being duplicative, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you. Very informative letter that you sent us as well. Could you expand a little bit about your contention that a PPA is a subsidy? I thought it was just a contract to buy energy at a specific price for a specific period of time.
Right. So if you think about a power plant, under setting aside the existing law that allows for very limited contracts, a power plant that goes into the market, the wholesale market's administered and operated by ISO New England. They make their money in the energy market, the capacity market, and some of the smaller markets that we call ancillary services. Many of the power plants that were built in the last 10 or 15 years built them knowing that they were going to get their revenue from the markets. When you ask ratepayers, when you go into a long-term contract, that is a steady set source of revenue for a given power plant that all of the other power plants don't have access to through the markets. And also, in addition to that, so I would consider that a subsidy because it is a amount of money that you're sort of requiring for one. The government has required for one sort of resource and at the expense of another. I also think of that as concerning because you're telling, you're allowing a group of customers to pay for you're locking in the consumers for this price for a certain amount of time. What if another power plant could provide the exact same service at a lower moment at that time? So you're blocking off the customers from all of the power generators who are competing, and the power plants at that time might be able to provide that service at a lower cost. I understand that the idea is that you would be that by having this contract, you're hedging that. You're hedging that risk. Maybe you'll have more stability, but you probably have stability at a higher cost than you might otherwise get, which is a policy decision, I know.
So I guess my follow-up question would be, Vermont gets 52% of its electricity via PPAs it signed with Hydro-Quebec. Do you think those PPAs have hurt the ratepayers of Vermont?
Vermont is, I have a soft place in my heart. I used to be assigned to Vermont. Vermont has very little native generation and is extremely dependent on imports in a way that we're all dependent on imports. The electrons are moving across state lines all the time. But I think the largest power plant in Vermont is an intermittent resource of roughly 60 megawatts. They closed their largest nuclear power plant. And so the last I checked, Vermont imports every hour of every day of the last few years. So Vermont really represents 4% of the load of New England and has very little native generation. So I consider them an outlier, and they are physically closer to to Canada. So do I think they've harmed it? For a very long time, Vermont was some of the highest rates in the region. So they would say they're locked in and they're hedged. But the fact is, they were some of the most vocally concerned ratepayers I knew because they were so connected to Canada and they were concerned about the impacts of Canadian tariffs. So I think it's a matter for policymakers to decide how hedged do you want to be, how dependent on others do you want to be in matters like that.
Okay, thank you for those answers. Representative Summers has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. My concern can be positive or negative, of course, is long-term contracts. And we're all aware of the wood generation, power generation up north. They got locked into pretty much, we'd all could say, a bad deal where we had to subsidize $50-70 million a year to them, and we ended up having to go bankrupt to actually get out of that bad deal. Would this bill, if it was passed, would this create more situations like this, or could it possibly make the issues worse?
Yes.
Short and sweet. Representative Harrington has a question.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for taking my question. This seems to me to look at this, there's a lot more to this bill than actually meets what you can see on the surface. There's a few changes in words, but in effect, it changes the whole policy on electricity in the state of New Hampshire, in that we went to restructuring where we took the risk from the ratepayers and put it on the merchant plants. This would be switching it back. So if I'm a merchant plant and I look out and say, oh, I'm going to sign a contract for 20 years, I have no risk now. But the ratepayers do, because if we put in a new pipeline, for example, a gas pipeline, and gas prices go down, or someone builds a new nuclear plant or something and drives wholesale prices down. So the risk is being transferred to the ratepayers. Would you agree that's a major policy shift?
Yes, and I was listening to your exchange with Mr. Phelan from DOE, and I think I agreed with what he said in that regard. This is a change from the current energy strategy, which really seeks to minimize the risk that consumers are able to pay. And it's, I think of the consumers as the least able to hedge these risks and manage these risks. They're not power plant developers. They're not power plant operators. They're not in a position to manage this risk the way my members are.
Follow up?
Follow up.
And right now, there's nothing that prevents I don't know, what do you want to call it, a supplier, electric supplier that's a non-utility, for example. They can go out and sign long-term contracts with power plants that they want. They can buy their power in the spot market. They can have a 1-year contract, a 10-year contract, whatever they feel. And then they roll that into the price that they charge the ratepayers, which again could be fixed for a year or 2 years, depending on the supplier. So all that's possible under existing law, isn't it?
The idea that consumers can find someone else to manage the risk for them and not have the utility be forced into managing the risk. Yeah, my understanding is the competitive supply market here is pretty vibrant, especially with community aggregation. So yeah, these risks can be managed in a different way than what's being proposed in 112.
Representative Thomas.
Representative Wendy Thomas, thank you for being here. Very powerful letter. We've referenced it a couple times already. The last line, I'm gonna ask you a question on it. We recognize that consumers in New Hampshire and throughout New England are struggling with costs right now, but SB 112 FN will likely make the issues worse, not better. By issues, do you mean specifically that this bill would likely raise customer rates?
I think the way I view it is there's a bill the consumer gets every month. Most of the ones I know are angry about that bill. And within that, there are costs that you can control, and there are costs that you as in the consumer that you can manage or try to control, and there are costs that you cannot control. So within that bucket, I think of energy supply as something that, though limited, the consumer has some agency to be able to manage. Like Representative Harrington said, you can find a competitive supplier, you can go with the municipal aggregation, you can use less electricity, you can choose to manage your electricity more mindfully. And so there are parts of the bill they have no say over. Really, the fixed ones that around the wires and poles of the utilities are responsible for and directly pass the cost off to the ratepayer for. So when I think of this bill, I'm looking at the part of the bill that they can manage is becoming less and less flexible for them. And to the degree that those costs go up or down, they're riding that even if they can't manage it.
Thank you.
Representative Kaplan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Connors, for coming in. Originally, when this program was developed, the idea, as I think the department noted, it was to deal with market irregularities and fluctuations in price that were hurting consumers. It was also believed that because of our need for new generation, that it might help new facilities come on board that could use long-term contracts in order to access capital. So it was conceived as a limited program with a limited duration. And currently we have a House bill that amends that program to only allow it for new nuclear. And I think it has a 10-year time limit as to when those contracts can be developed. So I guess my question is this: would you be amenable to an amendment on this bill? Because it seems like it is a huge shift and it's very open-ended. We did hear some suggestions that we could limit the scope of this bill, especially to existing generation. Given that we already have the ability to, and we have this House bill that would allow this power purchase agreement program to go forward, would you be amenable to amendments on this bill that would limit the scope of it?
So I have to concede that NEPCA opposed the underlying bill. It was Senate Bill 54 of 3 years ago now. And so asking, am I amenable? I would say you should be walking back the entire policy in full transparency. But that said, I think to the degree that you can narrow the scope of any of these contracts, that limits the risk. So the shorter the contract, the smaller the amount of megawatt hours, the more you can restrict, the less risk the ratepayers are facing, which is why we would say put all the risks on our members, as painful as it is for them.
Representative Reynolds has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Molly. Seems to me that everyone loves, especially around this table, around this committee, everybody loves free markets when they yield low prices for consumers. But when something happens in the markets, like, a country invading another country and fossil fuel prices shooting up, suddenly everyone wants to intervene in the markets and think about ways we can limit the effect of markets. So I wanted to ask you, what do you think is the greatest source of volatility and risk to consumers in energy markets? What's the greatest source of risk?
There are many sources of risk, so it's hard to narrow it down. Obviously, believe it or not, when we think about what is risk, we look at things like the weather. What is the demand going to be? That is a very hard thing to predict, and that really does drive a lot of dynamics in terms of supply and demand in the market. Certainly, what is the cost of fuel going to be is a level of uncertainty. Regulatory uncertainty drives risk. I think most recently there was a huge question whether or not the proposed tariffs would apply to electricity or just fuel or just energy. If so, is it the 10%? Is it the 20%? At what point does it, that kind of uncertainty can drive prices because it's something that's very hard for the producers to manage the risk around. And so those are things that when I think of recent price spikes, that those are the dynamics that come to mind. As you know, I cover all of New England, and this summer in Connecticut, I saw anger about high electricity costs that I haven't seen in my time in energy. They had all-in prices for one of the territories more than 30 cents a kilowatt hour. I mean, and a lot of that, and so when I think about what's the greatest risk, in that point in that last year, they had one of the hottest, stickiest summers on record. So people were using more electricity than they ever had. We don't think of that as a risk. And if anything, that's a good thing. You should, you want to be comfortable. You want businesses to thrive. That combined with that very high all-in cost. And one of the things that also drove that was the cost of a long-term contract that the state had negotiated. And they had sort of aggressively had to recover that cost. So it was rather than spreading that cost out over, a year or a year and a half, they combined it all into a 10-month period. So there was incredible rate shock. And so I think you have sort of multiple things happening there, a long-term contract, really high use, weather, and all of that also combined with what's the cost of fuel going to be.
Let's keep our questions focused on the bill itself, if we could, please. Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Connors. So the bill does have a cap of 2 million megawatt hours statewide on an annual basis. What fraction of the state's energy consumption is that?
I think it's roughly 15 to 20%. And that was related to Senate Bill 54. And if I remember that debate, it was sort of how much of our load should we be hedging versus how much should we be exposing to the market? And it felt like close enough to the load. So if I recall, it's roughly 20%.
Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nice to see you again, Molly. So at the beginning of your testimony, you mentioned that you represent generators who represent about 95% of the energy being produced in the region. And then you also mentioned in your testimony, in your letter, a concern for the effects on the wholesale market. And since you're basically a subject matter expert on this because of who you represent, can you give us a little more information about that? Because that's what I'm concerned about, is the unintended consequences of the bill and how they might be affecting the rest of the competitive market.
Sure. So the first bit we already touched on, which is when you have a contract, you're walling off some of the opportunities for my members to compete for your demand, right? The other is actually counterintuitive, so I hope you bear with me. When a resource has this guaranteed revenue in the form of a contract, they can artificially lower their bids into the wholesale markets. Now, if I were a policymaker, I would say, "Ooh, that's great. I love the idea of a lower price." The problem is over time. And again, a lower price is fine as long as it reflects the true cost of generating the megawatt. One of the points of the market is it should reflect the actual costs of doing business. So if it's low, great, buy more. If it's high, maybe be more sensitive to what you're costing yourself. So when they're warped, when the prices aren't reflecting it, it's lower in the case of lower artificial prices. what you're doing is not giving the power plants the opportunity to make the money that really is reflecting their costs. And so over time, they are making less dollars, fewer dollars per megawatt hour that they sell. And again, for a consumer, that sounds good up to a point, right? They're making less, and you've taken they have fewer opportunities because you've taken some of the market away from them. So over time, they're making less than really what they should be for the reliability that they're providing. And so then they say, you know what, this market stinks. I can't afford to invest anymore. Maybe a really expensive part needs to be replaced, and they're saying, well, rather than spend the money to replace that part and keep this power plant going, I'm going to retire it. I'm going to let it go. I'll put my money somewhere else. And the ISO New England then says, whoa, we just did a study and we really, really need you. We can't provide reliability without you. And so they give you a contract, which is more expensive than what the price of the market is. And that we've seen most recently with a large power plant in Boston that was very expensive and very controversial. Then they give you that higher price than the market. And then the consumers end up paying for that very expensive contract on a different part of their bill. So there are a lot of long-term unintended consequences to deflating in an artificial way the prices in the market. Oh, may I also add one more point that is relevant? It says to people who don't have a contract, don't invest here. When they see how low those prices are, a non-subsidized plant will say, I'm not sure I'm going to make my money back. I'm going to put my money in Virginia or Ohio.
They can't
or something."
compete. So there's
Yes.
no longer a competitive market.
Right.
Okay. Representative Corman has one last question.
Yes, thank you. And thank you again. Yes, just following up on what you were talking about. So I'm imagining a scenario where a plant with a contract does bid into the spot market at a lower price than they otherwise would do. And then some other generator bids into the market. Now, if a generator bids in, they're bidding in with a price that works for them, and they're guaranteed of getting at least that price, assuming that it's no higher than the clearing price. In fact, they could get more if the clearing price is higher. So is the risk really just that their bid will be above the clearing price and they get nothing?
I want to make sure I understand the question. You're asking about market dynamics in a PPA.
Well, so you're talking about a generator has a PPA, but is also bidding into the spot market. And because they have a PPA, they can have an artificially low bid into the spot market, which then has the potential of depressing the clearing price. Now, another generator bids into the spot market, and if their bid is at or below the clearing price, they're getting what they want. Right? In fact, they could get more than they want if the clearing price is above their bid. So is the risk really just that this other generator's bid is above the clearing price because it's now artificially low because of this large generator, so that they don't even get anything? They're not producing power and they're not getting income. Because if they're producing power and the clearing price, they're at or below the clearing price, they're making money.
In terms of the energy markets, what we, in general, and obviously there's a lot of dynamics that are going on when we're thinking about the energy market, which is when a power plant bids in real time or in the day, they do some of the bidding the day ahead. But there are multiple ways that the non-subsidized plant can face a lower price. One is if it depends on the clearing price, but if this way, if the non-subsidized plant is addressing some of the demand, or if the non-subsidized plant wouldn't have been dispatched anyway, but for that contract, question is, what price would they have gotten? And so they're taking demand away that might have been paid for at a higher price, and that lowers the supply and demand curve down. Another challenge is in the capacity markets where they might be bidding lower than they might have, and the whole point of the capacity market is to is to make up the money they're not making in the capacity market was created because the prices in the energy market were so low. Plants that you need for reliability aren't making their money in that market, so they created this other market for the missing money. And so we're seeing the prices go down in that market as well. And I'm happy to chat with you offline about the energy market work dynamics because they're more fluid and harder to get into.
Okay. Thank you. Representative Harrington has one last question.
Sorry. As far as the contracts go, wouldn't the contract if it was negotiated, they would turn around and say, okay, here's the requirement. You're the power producer. I'm buying it. You have to bid into the daily energy market. And I'm going to pay you X amount of dollars per megawatt hour. And then you're going to bid into that as a price taker. So you're going to clear at some price, regardless of how low it is, and then you'll pay that back to me. So you're still going to get your contract price. So what in effect it does is by you being a price taker, like say, I think nuclear plants are price takers because they operate 24/7, they don't want to shut off. It's better to get paid something than get paid nothing because you're still running. So they're going to turn around and lower that price so that not only does it lower the price for other generators that clear, some that would have cleared otherwise don't clear, and those are eventually ones they're going to have to get money someplace else. So they're going to bid into the capacity market higher and drive the price up of the capacity market. Is that correct?
That is a good way to put it.
Okay, thank you.
Except we're seeing record low prices in the capacity market.
Okay, we're going way off topic here. So I'm going to thank you, Ms. Connors, for your testimony and call next on Michael Licata from Eversource to give us his perspective on this legislation. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning. Michael Licata representing Eversource Energy. I'm going to be very brief because a lot of the points had already been covered. As was discussed, this would be an expansion of the existing power purchase agreement authorization statute that was passed 2-3 years ago. Just to note, because I think this came up, that bill was passed during a time of extreme volatility in terms of the markets and energy service pricing. And as had been discussed, that was driven by the war in Ukraine. Just to put kind of that in perspective, maybe a fine point on it. The second half of 2022, Eversource's energy service rate was 22.6 cents. Today, the entire bill that our customers pay, so that's delivery charges and energy service, is 23.2 cents. So, I think Senate Bill 54 was certainly an attempt to respond to that price volatility, the price spikes that all of our customers, all utility customers, were suffering under. The bill was, I believe, intended to give the utilities an additional tool to incent the development of new energy resources, to try to bring some new resources online. And as had been discussed, it was definitely a carefully negotiated compromise with a number of I'll call them guardrail safeguards, the size of the procurement, the dates of when those procurements could be filed, the length of the contracts that could be entered into. The one thing that I just want to echo is that the language adding the Department of Energy to the solicitations, we too are a little unsure about what that means. If it is if the bill is requiring a joint solicitation between the utilities and the Department of Energy, under current law, the utilities have to collaborate and seek input from the Department of Energy and the Consumer Advocate when we put together the RFPs. We then issue those RFPs, the utilities evaluate the responses, and then we would file, presumably, any contracts with the Public Utilities Commission for approval of the cost recovery of them. At that point, both the Department of Energy and the Consumer Advocate would have the ability to be parties to that and make their positions known. So that language is just a little unclear for us if it has to be joint, if one could do it, if the other could do it. So as has been discussed, some clarity on that would certainly be helpful. And with that, I am happy to answer any questions that the committee may have.
So if the word on line 16 and was changed to or, would that alleviate your concerns?
In some ways, yes, although I think that would create potentially new concern or new questions. As Representative Harrington had pointed out, would the intent of that language be to have the Department of Energy issue the RFPs, enter into the contracts, and then the utility, which ultimately it is our balance sheet that is paying the cost of these before they're flowed through to customers. It's just a little unclear what our role in that scenario would go. But again, it's worthy of more discussion.
Okay, thanks. Questions, Representative Harrington?
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. It sounds as if the way you explain this is we had the problem from the invasion in Ukraine and the gas prices went up, so the electric prices went up. And then in reaction to that, we passed the bill that said you could go into some limited long-term contracts. But none were entered into because the crisis was over by the time the bill came out. And so we was kind of like doing stuff just so we could say we accomplished something, but no one entered into any contracts. Was any specific reason why no contracts were entered?
Yeah, I do think there is value in the legislation that the legislature passed back in 2022, 2023, 2023. I mean, I'll just speak for Eversource. As I had mentioned, it really is leveraging the utility balance sheet when we enter into these contracts that can have impacts on the financial standing of the utility, especially if there are, despite legislative clarity, if there are pushback at the regulatory level, which we have seen in other states, most notably Connecticut, where the legislature passed similar legislation. And then when the bill came due, the regulator pushed back very strenuously on the utility's ability to recover those costs. I know Representative Summers mentioned our experience with the Burgess biomass plant, which was a similar structure. I think, again, speaking for Eversource, at the end of the day, while you folks all pass laws that can have positive or negative impacts on cost, ultimately it's our name on the bill and we kind of get the blame. People get very upset at the utility, and even if it's a state policy that drove a certain change. I mean, that's really what we've seen across all three states we operate in. And so I think with that as the backdrop, and also with the lowering wholesale market prices, we were, I'll say, had some trepidation about moving forward with a PP solicitation.
Representative Bernardi has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So at the end of the day, what is your position on this bill? Are you in favor of it or
So
against it?
we are neutral on the bill.
Thank you.
Representative Kaplan has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Licata. So you're neutral on the bill. We have heard some concerns about possible destabilizing effects of, a sort of open-ended program as is envisioned under this bill here. Would you share those concerns, because you are effectively the distribution, you and the other utilities are the distribution managers effectively in our state?
So I just to maybe add a little bit to the previous question about our position on the bill and why we are neutral on it. Ultimately, the underlying legislation and the changes contemplated in this bill, this is enabling. This is not a mandate that utilities must do this. And so because we maintain that authority to determine whether or not to issue the RFPs and then even after the RFPs come back, whether or not to file for approval of any contracts. Because we have that flexibility in the current statute and still under this bill, we feel comfortable with a neutral position. If this were a mandate, that was a requirement that we enter into these, issue these RFPs and enter into these contracts, I feel fairly confident we would be opposed to this bill.
Representative Thomas has a question.
Representative Wendy Thomas, thank you for being here. Do you agree with the previous statement that an unintended consequence of this bill could be that consumer rates increase?
Absolutely. So it is hard to predict, obviously, what the market will do. I think the goal of the original legislation was to incent the development of new generation sources, and obviously the financing of those, often require a 20-year commitment. That said, if something happens globally to the price of natural gas, which tends to set the marginal price in the region, we could see prices spike again, and this would potentially be a significant savings against that market. I think, Representative Reynolds put it well that, everybody likes the free market until the free market gets really, really expensive. So could it lead to increased costs? Absolutely. If the market prices went very high, could it lead to a reduction of, as opposed to what it would be otherwise? Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no more further questions, I want to thank you and call next on Nick Krakoff from the Conservation Law Foundation to get.
All my points that I want to make have already been made by others, so I'll just forego testimony today.
You're going to forego? Okay, wave off. All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate you offering to contribute to the conversation nevertheless. And given that, we will close the public hearing on Senate Bill 112. Next item on our agenda this morning is a full committee work session on the two bills we just heard, plus Senate Bill 236 and Senate Bill 112. Actually, two bills that we heard last week and the two bills we just heard.
Mr. Chairman?
That's what our work session plan is. Yes,
What about-
Representative Corman.
What about SB 232?
SB through 232 will be convened in executive session at 1 p.m. as a resumption of an executive session that already started.
I don't see it listed in what we have today, on this sheet for today.
It's in the calendar,
Yeah,
so.
okay.
All right, so let's start a work session. Let's start with Senate Bill 106-FM relative to the participation of customer generators in net energy metering. It seems to me that we heard extensive testimony about this bill, and it has numerous flaws and questions about it. So I'm feeling like this bill needs to move in the direction of retain so that we can take a longer and closer look at it to figure out if there are ways to improve it. And would be interested in hearing your reaction to that suggestion. Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the testimony that we heard on SB 106 from large businesses who are looking to lower their costs was quite compelling this year. We have notes from everybody from Associated Grocers to the woman who came with the family paving company, whose name I don't remember. But this reminds me also of the hearings that we ran that brought out Stonyfield and Hitchner for SB 79 the year before. So I guess I'm curious, if we're in a work session, what are the particulars of the bill that seem difficult for us to address? Or is it an overall concern with, expansion of net metering caps for CNI customers?
Like, what is the exception that we have to passing it as it is?
Well, for myself personally, I think it would be unfair to residential ratepayers if the costs associated with these CNI customers doing net metering were borne by residential ratepayers. Instead, I think it makes more sense for those net metering costs to be borne by other CNI customers only. So that's one avenue which I think we could explore making this bill better. Another avenue is if the goal of the bill, as was cited in testimony, is to lower costs for CNI customers, then they should be using more of the power they generate on site. So the 33% that's in the bill currently maybe should be closer to 100%. Or maybe it should be that they use all of the on-site generation that they generate when they're open for business. And the only time that they could net meter any excess generation would be on a weekend when they're not open for business. So those are two areas I think this bill could benefit from a closer look, and retaining the bill would give us the opportunity to do that. Further discussion, Representative Harrington.
Yeah, a couple of things. So you reference to the Associated Grocers. I guess the guy that spoke here was a little confused because they're in the forward capacity market as a demand response supplier. So when they shut off their, they disconnect from the grid and put on their diesel generators, they're getting paid as part of the capacity market. That's not what he said, but that's what they do. He was confused. So just to correct that to people. So they weren't doing it out of the goodness of their heart. The biggest, I have two big concerns. The biggest one is the 33%. This is not to save people money. It's to make people money. They're becoming generators when 67% of the electricity they produce is being sold on the market at the default rate price. They become basically the generators. They're opening up a new business, being an electric supplier, but they're not subject to, like most suppliers of this size would be, or close to this size, which means they have a responsibility to deliver power when they say they're going to deliver power. So this has the ability. You had 10 or 15 people doing this, you could have the ability to really have a warping of the markets, because that, but it's 30, 40, 50 megawatts of electricity is not going to have any obligation to produce at any particular time. It does when it wants to, it doesn't when it doesn't want to. So that's going to screw things up. And what's going to happen? You're going to have more reserve to make for that higher cost. Also, the PUC has a docket they just opened, I think it was like 2 weeks ago or a week ago, and they are specifically going to be looking at the potential for cost shifting with larger than 1 megawatt net metering. So I think since they're going to be doing that anyways, before we did something like this, we ought to get the results of that, because if we passed this bill and it came out to say that net metering above 1 megawatt causes a lot of shifting to other ratepayers, we'd look pretty bad. So I would go along with retaining the bill.
Representative Bernardi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I am of the opinion that if we don't retain this bill, I would vote to ITL it for exactly the reasons that Representative Harrington just mentioned.
Representative Swanson.
Mr. Chair, I'm very concerned about the implication or the assertion or allegation perhaps that there is no investment cost up front. At the moment that somebody generates surplus electricity, they're making money. What's probably happening is that they have invested in an ability to not have to pay the utility, therefore reducing the burden on the utility supplier, but also they have invested heavily, and it is likely that it may be many years or perhaps even decades before they can recover the cost of what they put into it. So it is not a money-making proposition as far as I can tell, and it's a net benefit because it actually reduces, on average, the demand on the supplier. That supplier was supplying that building or warehouse prior to that, and this will reduce the need for that supplier. The supplier does not need to increase the amount of energy production that they're doing because it was there before that ability for that customer to be able to do their own generation in the first place. So there's no additional capacity, generation capacity that's needed from the network. So I just wanted to point out those concerns.
Thank you. Further discussion? Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are a couple of points that have been brought up that I guess that deserve some counterpoint since we're in a work session. The Public Utilities Commission has been given the charge of trying to help us figure out if we should be concerned at all about cost shifting. Cost shifting was used in veto messages for 8 years under the Sununu administration on net metering in specific, and so long that it's become lore. Right now, we all talk about it as though it exists, and yet we waited 5 years from 2017 to 2022 to get the Value of Distributed Energy Resources report telling us whether or not there was cost shifting going on. It came back that it was negligible. In other words, we did not have to consider it as an issue. Now people are saying, well, if we go above 1 megawatt and allow people up to 5 megawatts, then there will be a larger amount of cost shifting we will have to consider. But we still don't have any information indicating that that is accurate or true. It is just continuing the lore that the only evidence that we have in the state on the topic says it's not really an issue. So what we are hearing, though, is that large businesses, the Business and Industry Association, and many others have come to us and said, in order to do business, our second largest cost is energy. We need help from the state. And what that help is to help them help themselves and others, right? The people that came here and testified, not just Associated Grocers, said that what they're doing is they're trying to make an investment that's a very expensive investment for them to justify. And we have heard over the years, I've been on this committee for 7 years, that the sweet spot for investing in energy that's co-located where you're using the generation is 3 to 5 megawatts. So they can't make a return on investment that makes sense for them to put the amount of money in to get the facility interconnected unless it has enough energy coming out of it to pencil out, as they say. Okay, so those are other issues that are also true and also relevant to this bill. I think the concept of should they be allowed to net meter, we had testimony here during this bill hearing that the net metering should not be looked at as a subsidy because they are being paid for energy that they're generating that is then going to be able to be used in the system. So it's adding, to Representative Swanson's point, to lowering demand for energy that would have to be brought in through the transmission system. So it's just not as simple as saying, well, they may be getting something. Yeah, they're also offering to make an investment nobody else is going to be making, right? Those individual businesses that are large enough to make this kind of a capital investment, I think we should be embracing them, helping us to create more local sustainable energy so that we are less dependent on what we have to import from outside the state because of the demographics of the state, because we don't have any indigenous fossil fuels and that sort of thing. So I take a different position than what I've heard. What I'm hearing now is that the Public Utilities Commission is trying to come up with a different result than what we received after the Value of Distributed Energy Resources report that we received. I've heard that it's a point in time. All reports are points in time. We asked them to examine an issue for us to give us a definitive answer of whether we could say there is cost shifting. We do not at this point as a body have any evidence that there is going to be significant cost shifting. And we should stop saying it until we have evidence that that is true, that someone else is going to end up paying. We also had evidence that in many places where they have done reports on the value of local sustainable energy, they have found that the value is well above the default rate, which is what we currently allow for net metered energy, meaning that the cost shift is a reverse cost shift. And so the people that are getting that net metered cost, it's less than the value of what they're providing to the system. So we should understand all of that before we make our decisions. And I don't think we do.
So apparently you didn't understand the VDR study then, because the VDR study showed that there was a cost shift. Small one, admittedly, but there was a cost shift. So you can't sit there and say there is no cost shifting when the VDR study said, yes, there is. It may be small, but it's there. And it will grow over time because, as other studies have shown, as you increase solar penetration, you increase cost shifting. Representative Bernardi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for that statement, because I will not stop saying there's cost shifting. It has been demonstrated. It's been demonstrated in other states where they have far more solar penetration. And I have to also add that there's nothing that prohibits any of these businesses from building out all the solar that they want without having net metering. They can do as much production as they want. Thank you.
I suspect we're not going to find a lot of agreement about this bill, so I suggest we move on to the next bill on the list, which is House Bill 228. It's a similar bill, so the arguments are probably going to be similar. It raises the cap for net metering 2.0 tariffs for systems above 100 kilowatts up to 500 kilowatts. Such tariffs are 40% more than currently allowed, so it would increase further the cost of net metering. This bill also adds colleges and other institutions to the definition of political subdivision, which I think is a problematic proposition, and would be inclined not to favor this bill because of that. Any further discussion on Senate Bill 228? Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have listed here that this is for basically a pilot program. And several of us here on the committee are co-sponsors on the bill. So I guess maybe we should have a little more discussion about what the bill seeks to achieve. And it sounds like you're opposed to us raising, it's basically a tripling, right, of the megawatts from 6 to 18 on these projects. But it's intended to be sort of a proof of concept, so that we could actually get some data on whether there's shifting and that sort of thing.
Further discussion? What's that? Further discussion? Representative Corman.
Thank you. I just want to clarify, the pilot project comes in an amendment that we received from the sponsor, right? So the pilot project, I don't think was in the bill as we received it from the Senate, but Senator Waters did recommend an amendment, and then he also recommended to amend the amendment to remove section 1 of his amendment.
Correct. It is a rather convoluted process that we might have to go through there. Further discussion? All right, Representative Summers has a point to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just looking at overall, long time ago, and this was before even there was such thing as net metering. I had looked to possibly putting solar panels on my house, and it wasn't for a fact of because the rest of my house was off the grid. I thought this would put my home and everything I own off the grid. And my positive thinking of it is that over time, I would make up the money I spent on solar panels by how much I'm saving from paying the electric company. It might take 10 years of electrical bills that I wouldn't have to pay, because instead that money would be transversed to the solar panels until they were paid off. Once those solar panels are paid off, then I know I'm in the profit margin because I'm no longer paying electricity. My solar panels are paid for. That was the cost benefit I was looking at. At that time, and even now, I don't understand why we should subsidize or add further motivation for folks when they actually get to a certain point, they get to a net zero, whether they get subsidized or not.
Further discussion, Representative Swanson.
That's a very good point. If one can live long enough to enjoy the profit from that And I too have invested. And I recognize the most important facet of this is that I believe that, especially during the summertime, my system is reducing demand on the supply. And also, as far as any energy that goes back into the system, I am also quite well aware that any energy that I send back to the electric company gets sold to somebody else. So I'm not quite sure who's losing out here, but hopefully I'll live long enough to recover that. But I'm happy to be able to have that backup power supply locally.
Representative Corman.
Thank you. Yeah, so responding to Representative Summers, yeah, I don't think you're suggesting that energy that that Representative Swanson and I are putting back onto the grid should have zero value. You might be suggesting it should be less than the default rate, but it certainly isn't zero value. There is some value there. And I would just add that that the energy that net metering is putting back onto the grid is a load reducer. So therefore reduces what the market needs to buy. And as I actually asked Mr. Evans Brown during testimony, does that reduce the clearing price? And the answer was yes. So there are benefits to having net metering that actually reduces the clearing price. And the clearing price is a pretty significant cost factor.
Well, that's an interesting point, but how do you know that the reduction in load that your system provides will always be there? Because isn't solar right now intermittent without backup generation? And therefore, it can't really be a load reducer, can it? If it's intermittent, because the load serving entity can't depend on it being there.
Well, may I answer?
Of course.
Yeah. So certainly in terms of the spot market, you know, we have a pretty good idea of how much solar is going to be produced from in 5-minute intervals, right? You know, we can look at the clouds. ISO can do that. So they have a pretty good idea for the spot market. Maybe not for the day ahead, but even for the day ahead, they have pretty reliable weather forecasts. So you know, I do feel like the little bit that goes on from net metering, and you know, what is net metered is not a huge percentage. I don't know what it is, but it's not a huge percentage, but I do believe it helps. One other point I'd like to make is that if we were, let's say, friendlier towards storage, then that would help a lot, right? So during the times that solar is overproducing, we can store it and then use it at some other time. I would certainly like to see this committee be more open to storage.
Okay, we need to learn more about it, and I think you have information you're going to share with us at some point, right? Good. Representative Harrington.
Yeah, a couple of points on this that we don't seem to mention, and that is because of the intermittent nature of this. If we start looking at winter peaks coming up in the future, we're going to have that peak is going to be probably sometime between 5 and 7 or 5 and 8 o'clock, which we're going to have very, very little solar in the wintertime during that time, almost none. And because of that, whoever's producing the net metering electricity will have whatever their full load is during that time, they're going to be consuming. So the distribution system and the transmission system has to be set up to provide power to these net metering people who during the day may be producing electricity, especially in the summertime or the spring. But in the wintertime or on cloudy, rainy days, they're not producing any electricity hardly, but they still have the same load that they're going to have whether it's a rainy day in December or a sunny day in May. So the system has to be built to accommodate them receiving power at their maximum rate, not just what the net metering comes out to be over a period of time. So.
Representative Swanson.
So it's worth pointing out, I did mention it earlier, that the electric company is very unlikely to reduce its capability to supply the demand that was probably there before any solar panels went into place. So that's there. It's not like they need to go buy more natural gas capability because I put in solar panels. They've got that capacity. What's happening is that during high, especially summer periods, when there's high demand on the grid, having solar supply actually reduces stress on the grid and reduces the need to distribute energy from single sources, and it is literally distributed energy supply.
Representative Bernardi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, just to comment to that, that is not true. The amount of energy needed in the system is continually growing, particularly as there has been a push to further electrify things. So the number of generators is not adequate. We need to add more, and we need to add more to accommodate just what Representative Harrington was saying. If you don't have the intermittent power working, you still have to provide the power to everyone who needs it. So you have to grow the system.
Representative Corman.
Thank you. So Representative Harrington brought up a really good point, which is that the transmission system is built for the maximum that needs to be transmitted. Yet the way that we bill is not based on a maximum. It's based on volume, right? I'm billed per kilowatt hour for transmission, having nothing to do with the maximum. So what it really comes down to is we have this mismatch between how the system needs to be built and how we bill for it. I don't have a suggestion as to how to fix that, but that is a fundamental problem that we have that in how we pay for this.
Interesting point. Representative Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just going to add on to my extra. I don't know why I didn't think of it sooner, but it kind of add on to my last point is at that, I was saying at some point, my panels would be paid for, and then I'd be not paying an electrical bill because my solar would, over time, would make that money back for me. I was thinking about it, this just popped in the head there, with the folks at net metering, at some point, the infrastructure would be paid for. And therefore, if they're net metering, selling back the power they generate back to the state, then it actually becomes a revenue source for these companies, correct?
All right, we're running out of time here, so let's move on and discuss Senate Bill 236 relative to transferring control of the EAP program to the Department of Energy. That seems like a fairly straightforward bill. After listening to the testimony this morning, it seems to me that there's no rate setting involved here, so the PUC doesn't really need to be involved in this process. So probably this bill should probably go forward as presented. Any further discussion needed here, Representative Corman?
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple of minor things. Yeah, so if you look at the bill and you look at lines 15 through 17, they say exactly the same thing. The sentence was repeated. The Department of Energy shall be the agency with authority over any such program. The Department of Energy shall be the agency with authority over any such program. So I don't know if that would just get fixed in enrollment, but it certainly doesn't need to be there twice. And one other suggestion I would make, and this is relative to Representative Swanson's question about mills. I don't know why we talk about mills. Why can't we just talk about, the amount in cents, 0.15 cents rather than talking about mills?
Is Ms. Noonan still here? Commissioner Elms, do you have an answer to that question? Why we talk in mills instead of cents, dollars and cents?
Oh, yeah. For the record, Chris Helms, Deputy Commissioner, New Hampshire Department of Energy. I think it's a matter of precision and using the unit there that is appropriate if you wanted to say, I'm sure whatever it is, as long as the equivalent amount, but that is the existing law.
Okay. Representative McGee?
Yeah, I think to your point about it being accurate, it's going out beyond where cents is just two-digit spaces, right?
Sure.
So if you put cents after 0015, it's not an accurate, it's right, not the right nomenclature for it. It describes something beyond cents. Cents, the CENT comes from 100, right?
Yeah. So yeah, the mill is the more precise number. So I was just making sure that whatever you end up doing, let's just make sure that the numbers align. So if you wanted to do cents, we'll just, multiply it by 10.
Okay, thank you. Hope that answers your question, Representative Corman. Representative Swanson?
So I snuck a peek at Google, and mills is a thing, as in MILLS, and Ms. Noonan did give the correct definition. So I couldn't find it before I found it.
I was pretty sure it was a thing. Okay, thank you, Commissioner Elms. Representative Harrington?
Yeah, I just wanted to put out, there was a letter from the PUC, and they were opposed to this legislation. I don't know who it got sent to, but,
Based on what?
well, based on a number of things. It's a couple of pages long, was signed by all three commissioners. He says that the conclusion is the commission is the exclusive executive agency in New Hampshire responsible for reviewing and setting rates. The proposed changes to legislation infringe on the commission's ability to set rates per RSA 374-2. And it goes on from there. I can have copies distributed if
There's
people
no
want.
rates in here. There's no rates in this bill.
Well, I'm just reading what they said.
I know.
Okay.
All right.
It's not your fault.
So let's move on and discuss Senate Bill 112 relative to purchase power agreements for electric distribution utilities. That bill turned out to be more controversial than I originally expected, and seems to have some serious negative consequences associated with it, which makes me wonder whether or not we should retain this bill to take a longer and closer look at its implications. What do you think? Vice Chair Thomas?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just absolutely agree after hearing the counterpoints on this bill. Retain absolutely as a bare minimum, because right now I have serious concerns about the bill itself.
Representative Wendy Thomas?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill is a big fat no for me, and I don't even think retaining is going to save it.
Okay, any further discussion? Representative Harrington?
Yeah, I have real problems with the bill too. Like I said, it's a big change in philosophy, going back to saying, okay, the utility signs a contract, it looks good to the PUC, and then boom, something changes 3 years, 4 years down the road. The only thing we know about future electric prices is we know nothing about future electric prices. So locking ourselves into something, sure, maybe it'll work out good, maybe it won't, but the idea of the risk was supposed to be taken by the generators and not by the ratepayers. This is a basic change in our philosophy on how we get electricity in New Hampshire.
Representative Reynolds?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm thrilled to be able to say that I agree wholeheartedly with Representative Harrington. I know, don't everybody know? This is and Representative Wendy Thomas. This is this bill would be a big walk back from principles that we talk about here. You can tell by my question to the representative from NEPCA. Free markets have their ups and downs, but we shouldn't react to every hiccup in the market by thinking of a new way to intervene and risk the unintended consequences. So yeah, I'm opposed.
Representative Kaplan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to remind everybody here that we did pass a bill in the House, and I think it was a very small minority of this committee that was opposed to it, that was in favor of this exact same program for nuclear, for new nuclear. So, it seems kind of contradictory that we're also opposed to this one, and we were also in favor of the last one that came through the House. So maybe we should retain this one and think about how we can, conform those two views.
The previous bill was confined to new resources, though. It did not allow existing resources.
Right,
And
I
that's
agree,
the
I
big
agree.
change that this bill makes, and a big change it makes to energy
yeah.
policy.
I agree with that point of view, that this is a huge shift, but we did hear some proposed amendments that, in the public hearing.
All right, any further discussion? Representative Partial.
Thank you, Chair. As many people here are already in agreement on, I would also be in favor of not retaining this bill. Rather, is go ahead and do an ITL on it. We're going to have some other bills that I will be in favor of retaining, and I don't want to make that too big of a docket for us.
Okay, understood. Representative Summers?
I probably gave my position away when I asked the question about the Burgess power plant, but yeah, I'm in favor of ITL also.
Okay, I think we're all set for this work session. I think we know what we want to do. And so I'm going to call the work session to a close. And the Republicans will stay here in this room for a caucus. I'll ask everyone else to exit the room. And we'll all be back here at 1 o'clock for an executive session. So thank you. Yes, Representative
We're
Partial.
going to be talking about Senate Bill 232 as well. Are we going to be executing that this afternoon?
We are execing that this afternoon, yes.
Okay,
But we're not discussing it.
that's
no.
fine.
our activity for the day. We have an executive session coming up in just a few minutes. But before we get to that, I want to make an announcement that each of you probably is already aware of, but you need to make it a priority to yourselves. So I'm going to talk about it right now. All of your personal belongings have to be removed from this building by the 22nd of May. So everything in that back office there in the file cabinet, everything that belongs to you personally, you need to remove. If you don't remove it, it'll get boxed up and moved by the movers to Granite Place, the new place where we will be meeting, and you may never find it again because it could get thrown in a box and nobody will keep track of it. So if there's anything you care about, make sure you take it home, put it in your car, mail it to yourself, whatever, to get it out of this building before May 22nd.
Does that include lockers?
You have a locker in this building? I suspect it includes the locker in this building, yes.
Yeah.
Now, Aaron Goulet sent out a lengthy email. Supposedly it went to all House members to describe what was going to happen once we move out of this building and into Granite Place. So search your legislative email. If you didn't see that email, search your inbox and see if you can find that email. And if you have any difficulty finding it, let me know. I can forward a copy to you.
It's from Aaron Ouellette.
Aaron Goulet,
Yeah.
exactly.
Upcoming LOB closure, Granite Place transition is the title of the email.
Representative Notter, would you repeat that with the mic on?
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Upcoming LOB closure / Granite Place transition. It was sent out on Friday.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
In
didn't
fact,
see anything either.
Didn't say anything about cleaning out.
Yeah, it says deadline of May 22 for members and chairs, vice chairs to remove personal belongings from the committee rooms and committee offices. Nothing about lockers. But better safe than sorry.
What I would suggest is you send an email to Aaron Goulet and say, what about lockers? See what he says. Any other questions about that topic? Comments, issues, concerns? Okay, seeing none, let's move on to. Oh. Okay, we've just received some new information from our committee administrator, Robin. Thank you, Robin. Okay. So the new information is that if you leave anything here, it will not be boxed up. It will be thrown in the trash. So that's even worse than getting lost. It'll be trashed. And the other piece of information she delivered was that lockers in this building will also be inaccessible. So hopefully they won't throw anything away, but then again, if you want anything. So, all right.
The lockers are being moved.
So with that business being done, I think we can now move on and open an executive session on House Bill, or Senate Bill rather, 106 FN, relative to the participation of customer generators in net energy metering. And I will make a motion of retain for Senate Bill 106 FN and recognize Vice Chair Thomas.
I second that motion.
Moved and seconded that we retain House Bill 106. We had a lengthy discussion about this in our work session before lunch. And to my mind, there are enough serious questions about how this bill would be implemented to warrant taking a much closer look to see what kind of long-term unforeseen consequences there might be, how things might actually work in practice, and whether there might be some changes that might make the bill better. So I'm recommending retain and would open the floor to members to discuss. Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just wondering why we're not considering ITL, because we do have so many issues, and generally when we retain bills, we haven't in the past traditionally made sufficient time for us to do the kind of review that would result in what would happen to bring the bill back in the second year of the biennium. Generally, we simply vote the bill out, right? We don't actually do that work. So I'm just curious why we wouldn't ITL it, since we have so many issues with it, because we'd be able to, reconstitute it and, do that work if we plan to do that work, or whoever wants to sponsor it, rather than letting it go forward to be work for the fall.
Representative Swanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To amplify what Representative McGee said, it did not feel like we were even close. There were no ideas that were put out that were close to resolving this. And so the notion of retaining didn't seem like it was going to come to any closure then at that time either. So it might be better to ITL, just a comment. Thank you.
I will say in response to those two comments, which are good ones, 4 words. It's a budget year. Is there any further discussion? All right, seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of retain for House Bill 106.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Yes.
Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Brezhny.
Yes.
Representative Bernardi, yes. Representative Sabor Duchenier.
Yes.
Representative Summers.
Yes.
Representative Matson.
Yes.
Representative Schneller.
Yes.
Representative McGee.
No.
Representative Partial.
No.
Representative Kaplan.
No.
Representative Thomas.
It's Representative Wendy Thomas and no.
Representative Corman.
No.
Representative Reynolds.
No.
Representative La Rochelle.
No.
Representative Swanson.
No.
Chairman Bose.
Yes.
10-8.
So by a vote of 10 to 8, the committee adopts the motion to retain for Senate Bill 106. Since the bill does not leave committee, there will be no committee report, and it will not appear on the calendar. So we will close the exec session on Senate Bill 106. Now we'll move on to an exec session for Senate Bill 228 FN relative to the limitations on community customer generators. And I move ITL on this bill and recognize Vice Chair Thomas.
I second the motion.
Moved and seconded that we adopt the motion of ITL on Senate Bill 228. Once again, we discussed this at length at our work session, and the 2 major flaws of this bill is that it increases the cost of net metering and adds colleges and other institutions to the definition of a political subdivision, and both of those are not winners with many of us on the committee. So that's why I'm advocating ITL. Further discussion, Representative Corman.
Thank you. Of course, we had this amendment proposed by the prime sponsor, Senator Waters, Amendment 1581S, that changed the bill considerably to essentially be a pilot program. And I don't really see any harm in trying this pilot program.
Didn't seem appealing to us. Further discussion, Representative Kaplan.
Yeah, I just think that we have a dispute on this committee as to what the costs of net metering are and what the value of net metering is. And many of us feel that the benefits of net metering ought to be expanded to include low-income houses and include educational establishments. So we see a lot of benefit to this bill.
Any further discussion? Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to add on to what Representative Kaplan just said, it strikes me that we're seeing budgets where we're cutting our support for the university system, which is a public higher education system, and that if we could find some ways to help them lower the costs of the facilities and the building campuses that they have to pay energy costs for, that would be helping ourselves in terms of budgeting. So I just don't understand why we wouldn't want to expand to allow them to try and lower their costs and become a subdivision similar to what we've done for municipalities, which has proven to be a good investment and certainly useful to those communities in terms of the kinds of letters that we received about the millions and millions of dollars that they've been saving on their energy costs. I mean, there's savings that are available for the taking, and we're putting down all of those bills this year and not creating any forward progress on helping people to lower their bills, which is what we keep saying we're doing.
Representative Swanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've seen some very compelling letters in favor of this, and a lot of significant online support for this. And in addition, with the amendment that was discussed, I think we moved pretty close to where we could OTP it. So just wanted to make that point.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no doubt this has value to some organizations that would be receiving the increases, but I'm thinking about the fact that this expands net metering, it expands the cost. No matter how small or insignificant that cost might be, it's still going to expand it the more we expand the program. And I just don't believe that we should be doing that with our ratepayers in mind right now. I'll be supporting ITL.
Further discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of ITL for Senate Bill 228.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Yes?
Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Brezhny.
Yes.
Representative Bernardi, yes. Representative Saborn Duchenier.
Yes.
Representative Summers.
Yes.
Representative Mattson.
Yes.
Representative Schneller.
Yes.
Representative McGee.
No.
Representative Partial.
No.
Representative Kaplan.
Nope.
Representative Thomas.
Madam Clerk, it's Representative Wendy Thomas, and I vote no.
Madam Thomas, I am not a madam, and you are not the vice chair.
Are you
I say Vice Chair Thomas and Representative Thomas, and it's very clear who each individual is.
It is not, because the chair often, on occasion, has called for Representative Thomas, and it's not clear which Thomas he is speaking to. My name tag says Representative Wendy Thomas. Doug Thomas's written name tag says Representative Doug Thomas. Are you saying that you don't want to call me by my preferred title?
So we can't have this discussion now because we're in the middle of voting. Please continue, Mr. Clerk.
I need her vote.
I already stated it. It's no.
Representative Corman.
No.
Representative Reynolds.
No.
Representative La Rochelle.
No.
Representative Swanson.
No.
Chairman Bowes.
Yes.
10-8.
By a vote of 10-8, the committee adopts the motion of ITL on Senate Bill 228, and I will write the committee majority report. Will there be a minority report?
There will. It'll be Representative Corman.
Corman, okay. So I was told today, just as an aside, that the reason the mistake was made confusing Representative Kaplan and Representative Corman on committee reports is because in the online data administration tool that administrative services uses, your names appear consecutively, one after the other. And so our administrator, Robin, asked if your names could be separated. And she was told no, because Representative Kaplan has seniority, but you have status as an assisted assistant ranking member. So they have to stay together. So the chance that this will happen again is not zero. But I don't know any way to avoid it other than asking Robin to pay very close attention when she inputs the data for these committee reports.
So I'll just write really bad committee reports so that Tony gets the blame.
That would work. That would work. So Representative Corman, I need your report by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Okay, with that, we'll close the exec session on Senate Bill 228. Moving right along, we'll open an exec session on Senate Bill 232. And I move ought to pass and offer amendment 2025-1602H and recognize Vice Clerk Bernardi.
I second the motion.
Moved and seconded that we adopt a motion of ought to pass and with amendment 1602H. Now, we discussed this amendment last week at our executive session. And at the time, there was some confusion over whether this was the best way to go or not. But in the intervening week, we have had some stakeholders contact us requesting that we pass this amendment and then adopt the bill as amended. So what this amendment does, to refresh your memory, is it adds some language that clarifies just what net metering clients can and cannot do if they are registered in the ISO New England electricity markets or listed in those electricity markets. So this is expanded language on what was in the original bill. It clarifies just exactly what the situation is. It protects existing hydro generators going forward. And sorry, Representative Harrington, did you say something?
I'm just looking for a copy of the amendment. I don't think that.
I have it. They were handed out last Monday, so I assume.
Thank you. I don't know.
Okay. So I think that explains the amendment and looking for further discussion. Representative Corman.
Thank you. Yeah, a couple of comments. I know that the Community Power Coalition actually has a problem with this. They would prefer that we retain it. And as I stated last week, I would have liked to have seen something for Section 2 in the original bill kept in there, maybe a changed version. All that said, I'm not going to vote against this amendment. I'm okay with it. It's not what I prefer, but I think we could do better.
Further discussion. Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I think I understand the purpose of the amendment, and to elaborate on what Representative Corman was saying, in the conversations that I've had with Community Power have a lot to do with categorization in statute of folks who are participating in the market who could be categorized as load reducers. Right now, we are not using that nomenclature, and it's not represented in statute. And it does pose some problems that we're not yet claiming that. But from the hydro producer's perspective, they could claim that status. They're not prohibited from claiming that status, right? That's still available to them. So I also don't see a problem with this amendment, which removes Section 2, which had contentious language between DOE and us trying to get to yes on how we were supposed to word Section 2. So I'm okay with the amendment. I think we're just discussing the amendment right now, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Yeah. So I'm okay with the amendment.
Further discussion. Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of the adoption of Amendment 1602H.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Yes.
Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Berejny.
Yes.
Representative Bernardi, yes. Representative Sabor Deshornaire.
Yes.
Representative Summers.
Yes.
Representative Matson.
Yes.
Representative Schneller.
Yes.
Representative McGee.
Yes.
Representative Partial.
Yes.
Representative Kaplan.
Yes.
Representative Thomas.
Representative Wendy Thomas, yes.
Representative Corman.
Yes.
Representative Reynolds.
Yes.
Representative La Rochelle.
Yes.
Representative Swanson.
Yes.
Chairman Vose.
Yes.
18-0.
By a vote of 18-0, the committee adopts Amendment 1602H. I now move ought to pass as amended and recognize Vice Clerk Bernardi.
I second the motion.
Moved and seconded that we adopt the motion of OTPA on Senate Bill 232. Any more discussion needed? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of the motion of OTPA on Senate Bill 232.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Yes.
Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Berejny.
Yes.
Representative Bernardi, yes. Representative Sabor and Deshornaire.
Yes.
Representative Summers.
Yes.
Representative Matson.
Yes.
Representative Schneller.
Yes.
Representative McGee.
Yes.
Representative Partial.
Yes.
Representative Kaplan.
Yes.
Representative Thomas.
Representative Wendy Thomas, yes.
Representative Corman.
Yes.
Representative Reynolds.
Yes.
Representative La Rochelle.
Yes.
Representative Swanson.
Yes.
Chairman Vose.
Yes.
18-0.
By a vote of 18-0, the committee adopts the motion of ought to pass as amended for Senate Bill 232. Without objection, this will go on the consent calendar,
No objection.
and I will write the committee report. So with that, we'll close the exec session on Senate Bill 232. Turning next to Senate Bill 112 FN relative to purchase power agreements for electric distribution utilities. I recognize Representative Bernardi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move retain.
I recognize Representative Matson.
I second the motion.
Moved and seconded that we adopt the motion of retain for Senate Bill 112 FN. And I recognize Representative Bernardi.
Yes, although there were considerable issues with this, there was also the opportunity for us to meld some of the good points into the same structure that we had for HB 710. I believe Representative Kaplan recognized this point in our discussion, that maybe the new technologies could have a broader window for recovering their business investments. There may be some other pieces of this rather than the very broad scope of the current bill. So retain is appropriate to make those discussions.
Further discussion, Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I have the same argument as I did on the first bill that we moved to retain, which is that I think ITL is more appropriate for this bill. We've had a significant amount of pushback in terms of the effects that it could have on the stability and reliability of generators and also on the market itself. It does require further study. A study committee might be appropriate, but when we retain a bill, we don't generally do studies. We just vote them out of committee later. We hold on to them, and then we either say it should go forward and become a new bill. So if we're not going to get all the answers between now and when we vote the bill out of committee in the fall with a study committee, then I just don't understand why we need to retain the bill. It should be ITL, but I know this is what's on the floor, but it doesn't seem to be, based on the testimony that we had today, I don't see any reason why we would do that.
Well, the bill could be amended in the fall to form a study committee to study this issue. and that would go to the House floor in January. So your study committee idea could happen. Representative Corman.
Thank you. Well, I thought the speaker said we don't want more study committees. That aside, I would like to ITL this. There are a couple of issues, and I think they're pretty major issues. One is that, as Mr. Phelan pointed out, this is a major change to the energy policy, adding in existing for these long-term PPAs. And of course, we heard, especially from Ms. Connors, many of the hazards that could ensue. And then also, we heard that it's unclear what it means for DOE to issue requests for proposals. Are they doing it jointly with the utilities or not? If they're not doing it with the utilities, they issue an RFP, and then what happens? I mean, this is really unclear, and I don't think this is even ready for retention. I would just ITL this.
Further discussion. Representative Thomas.
It's Representative Wendy Thomas, and I also agree with Representative Corman and Representative McGee in that there's a highly likely outcome that ratepayers' rates will increase if we pass this bill. And that's what we keep hearing about in this committee. If it raises the rates 1 penny, we're against it.
Representative Kaplan.
Yeah, since my name was invoked when we made the motion for this executive session, I will say that I agree with the idea that that it seems kind of inconsistent of us to have passed HB 710, which leaves us open to the exact same things that Representative Wendy Thomas was referring to, the cost overruns and the risk to the ratepayers. And then we would be in favor of ITLing this bill. But I do see that this bill goes way further than anything we could ever envision as helpful to the state. So I'm in favor of ITLing it.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Although I agree there's some concerning language in here that even I spoke about, there is some thought that we can work on something, and I think retaining might be the good option to see if we can come up with some type of a good resolution. So retain.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of retain for Senate Bill 112.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Yes.
Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Brezhny.
Yes.
Representative Bernardi. Yes. Representative Sabor and DeShawanair.
Yes.
Representative Summers.
Yes.
Representative Mattson.
Yes.
Representative Schneller.
Yes.
Representative McGee.
No.
Representative Partial.
No.
Representative Kaplan.
No.
Representative Thomas.
Representative Wendy Thomas, no.
Representative Corman.
No.
Representative Reynolds.
No.
Representative La Rochelle.
No.
Representative Swanson.
No.
Chairman Bose.
Yes.
10-8.
So by a vote of 10 to 8, the committee adopts the motion of retain for Senate Bill 112 and holds on to this bill. There'll be no report needed. It will not be reported in the calendar. So the bill just will stay with the committee until sometime next fall. So with that, we'll close the exec session on Senate Bill 112 and move to our last bill of the day, which is Senate Bill 236, relative to transferring control of the Electric Assistance Program to the Department of Energy. And I move ought to pass on this bill and recognize Vice Chair Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Second.
Moved and seconded that we adopt the motion of ought to pass on Senate Bill 236. I will just say that after listening to the testimony this morning, the issue that was raised by the Public Utilities Commission in a letter that they sent to all parties at the Senate hearing for Senate Bill 236 doesn't seem to be appropriate, as the process that the DOE goes through to administer this program has nothing to do with setting rates. So I think the PUC's objection to this bill was not worthy of consideration. And the rest of the bill appears to me to be a straightforward administrative fix to this situation. So that's why I move OTP, and I urge the committee to adopt the motion. Further discussion? Representative Corman.
I'm cool with that.
Further discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of ought to pass on Senate Bill 236.
Vice Chair Thomas,
Yes.
Representative Nodder,
Yes.
Representative Harrington,
Yes.
Representative Brezhny,
Yes.
Representative Bernardi, yes. Representative Saborin Dishwaner,
Yes.
Representative Summers,
Yes.
Representative Matson,
Yes.
Representative Schneller,
Yes.
Representative McGee,
Yes.
Representative Partial,
Yes.
Representative Kaplan,
Yes.
Representative Thomas,
Representative Wendy Thomas, yes.
Representative Corman,
Yes.
Representative Reynolds,
Yes.
Representative La Rochelle,
Yes.
Representative Swanson,
Yes.
Chairman Bose,
Yes.
18-0.
By a vote of 18-0, the committee adopts the motion of ought to pass on Senate Bill 236 without objection. It'll go on the consent calendar,
Without objection.
and I will write the committee report. So we are done. I close the exec session on Senate Bill 236, and that completes our work for the day. And for the year, actually, because we have no more bills that have come or will come before us.
Matson.
Representative Matson would like to speak to the committee.
No, I was just wondering on Senate Bill 232, it's amended, so we can't put that on consent. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, thanks.
Anybody else have anything for the committee before we get outside and enjoy this beautiful day? Seeing nothing, I want to thank you all for your hard work this year. It's been a good year, productive year. We've got a lot done, and we'll see you in the fall. Of course, we'll be seeing you at House sessions between now and June, but as far as committee work is concerned, we're done. So in that regard, it'll be a brand new world for all of us when we convene next, somewhere 1.5 miles from here. So we'll see you then. Take care.
Report for 232. I didn't have that.